Welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian cook, and for today's live, I will be making Egyptian kosheri. Kosheri is actually Egypt's national dish. It is essentially a very hearty and comforting food. It's rice, brown lentils, pasta, tomato sauce, and a whole lot of crispy fried onions. And I'm also going to be adding chickpeas to the mix. So it is essentially carb overload, and it is Egypt's national dish. And it's actually one of my personal favorite Egyptian foods. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with this live and this process. This is essentially going to be the behind the scenes of what I go through when creating content that I post to my social media platforms. So you're going to get the full uncut, unedited version of everything that I go through when creating a video. So right now we are currently in my kitchen. I haven't even started and it's already a hot mess. I got a lot of the ingredients I'm going to be using over here. And then to my left, let me tilt the camera for you guys. As you can see, I already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different pots and pans that will be required that I will be using to make this kosheri. For this one simple dish, it does require a lot of pots and pans. So by the end of this, my kitchen is most likely going to be a disaster. And but the kosheri will be worth making because of the kosheri. So let's go ahead and get started. First thing that I do with any of my recipe videos is I record my voiceover audio. I have all my notes written out over here. It's a total of 7 pages long. The last 2 pages though are just all the ingredients. The reason why the font is so large, for those of you who do not know, so this is a size 28 point font. I originally thought, for whatever reason, in all my previous lives that this was size 25, but it's actually size 28 point font in Arial format. The reason for that is because I am legally blind, not fully blind. There's a difference. I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease, which is a form of macular degeneration, which affects your vision. So my vision is 20/200 in both my eyes, according to my last appointment. So that being said, I have to do things a little bit differently. There are no corrective lenses that I could use to be able to essentially comfortably read. So I have to do things a little bit differently. Anything above this solid bold line at the top is my intro. Anything below it is everything else. Anything that you see that is highlighted in yellow. So on the first page, I only have a couple things that are highlighted in yellow. Same as the second page. Third page, not that much either. All right, fourth page, we got a little bit more yellow. So anything highlighted in yellow, it's my way of letting myself know that I need to adjust my camera angle up so that way it is on me. And then I will say whatever it is that I have written here as I am doing whatever action it is in that step or instruction of the sequence. So anything else that is not highlighted, that is my way of letting myself know this is a voiceover audio recording. Then when it comes time for me to edit the video, I essentially do the voiceover. I overlay it on the visual where the camera angle is essentially angled down on whatever it is that I'm doing right here. So I keep the focus on the food. Beforehand, what I would do is I would say it even when the camera was angled down. I would say whatever it is as I was doing, but sometimes I do find myself stumbling on my words, or I slur my words, or whatever the case is. So I was making too many verbal mistakes, even using fillers like I just did now where I said or I was doing that. So I found a solution for me to overcome that to where I don't have to worry about those mistakes, as I just said again, is to record my voiceover audio as I am doing whatever it is that I am doing. And I think it makes for a cleaner sound as well too when I do it this way. It is a little extra step, but I'm okay with it because I think it produces a much better result in the end. So let's go ahead and get started with this voiceover. I need to turn on my camera. So I need to tilt this up, make it horizontal. Put this to the side. I need to take the cap off, or the cover. That can go like that. This light can go on. Zoom this out. All right, let's go ahead and get started. This is Egypt's national dish. It is a vegan recipe. And you have to give it a try. Add plenty of water to the chickpeas. By the next day, the chickpeas should have nearly doubled in size. Here is the before and after. Drain the water and rinse the chickpeas. Transfer the chickpeas to a large pot. Add fresh water and sea salt. Bring it to a boil. Then turn the heat down to medium. Put the lid partially on. Olive oil goes in a pan. Add diced onions. Sliced jalapenos with the seeds. And minced garlic. Let this cook for several minutes until it becomes fragrant. Now add diced tomatoes. Nope, I don't like my tone with how I said that. Let me redo that one. Get rid of that one. Let's try that one again. Now add diced tomatoes. Season this with ground coriander, paprika, crushed red pepper, nope. I don't like the way I said pepper. I kind of like, my tone went down. I wanted it to go up. Let me try that one again. Crushed red pepper, sea salt, and black pepper. Mix it really well. And let this cook for about 45 minutes over medium heat. Then introduce an immersion blender to the vegetables. And blend away to make this delicious sauce. Start by frying diced onion in olive oil. Why did I stop? I stopped without even completing the sentence. Well, I did complete the sentence, but I didn't complete the sentence that I wrote. So let's try it again. Start by frying diced onion in olive oil over medium heat. Once the onions become translucent, season it with sea salt and black pepper. Add long grain rice to the onions and mix it well. Let it sit for no more than 1 minute to absorb the flavor before adding water. Nope. Let me try that one again. Let it sit for no more than 1 minute to absorb the flavor before adding water. I'm supposed to say flavors, not flavor. I need to say it plural, not singular. Let it sit for no more than 1 minute to absorb the flavors before adding water. The water level should be at least 1/4 of an inch above the rice level. Now add dry brown lentils, season it with ground cumin, and gently mix this. Once it reaches a boil, turn the heat to low. Put the lid on. At the 30-ish minute mark, give it a gentle mix. Once the chickpeas become fork tender, not fork tender, just tender, This is not lahma. Chickpeas is not lahma. Let me try that one again. Once the chickpeas become tender, transfer it to a bowl. Add a splash of white vinegar, sea salt, and black pepper. Toss diced onions in flour and fry it for a few minutes. What? Nope. I shouldn't say that all together. Let me try that one again. Toss diced onions in flour and fry it for a few minutes to crisp them up. To assemble the koshary, the base is a level of the rice and brown lentils. The macaroni goes on top. Nope. The macarona goes on top. Pour tomato sauce over the macarona. Add a touch of the chickpeas. Now add my favorite part. The crispy fried onions. Garnish it with fresh parsley. And it is ready to serve. Egyptian Koshary. All right, that is all of the voiceover audio. That was 5 pages worth of voiceover audio for me to just record. Which I just finished. Thank you for bearing with me during this first step of what I go through when it comes to creating my content, my recipe videos that I post to my social media pages. So let's go ahead and get started. With this recipe, with this koshary, I am using chickpeas. So I did have these dry chickpeas, which here, let me move you guys over here now that we're done with the voiceover portion of things. Hopefully everyone can see me okay, I hope. All right. So I'm using dry chickpeas. So it originally looks like this. So here you go, TikTok. These are the dry chickpeas. There you go, YouTube. So I had them, I soaked this overnight, and I recorded the shots that I needed last night while doing this, and this has been sitting out. The chickpeas have been sitting out for about like 14, 15, 16 hours, somewhere in that ballpark. I did this yesterday at 10 o'clock at night. So what time is it right now? Like 3 o'clock. So that puts us at 17 hours that these have been soaking. You just need overnight. A full day is okay too. There's really no wrong answer as long as you do it for overnight. And as you can see, the difference, when you let them soak overnight, they nearly double in size. There you go, TikTok, and there you go, YouTube. They still have to be cooked, however. So let me go ahead and get myself ready for my next shot what I need to do is actually tilt this monitor so that it is vertical. And I also need to adjust my camera. So now I'm going to be walking around a lot to adjust my camera angles and all of that fun stuff as we move along with this recipe video and with this live. All right. So right now I'm just adjusting. So I'm looking at my monitor, which is to my right, which would be to your left, I believe, for those of you watching. So yesterday what I recorded, I essentially said start this recipe with dried chickpeas in a large bowl, poured the chickpeas in a large bowl, then I added the water. And then I said, let this soak overnight. And today, at the beginning of this live, I recorded my line where I said by the next day, the chickpeas should have nearly doubled in size. So that's going to be a very easy shot where the camera is now currently angled down at the chickpeas, and I'm just going to do a, like a simple point, I guess you can call it. Let me adjust this slightly. By the next day, the chickpeas should have nearly doubled in size. Here is a before and after. So let me get this one out of the frame. Let me just focus on these first. And then for the next shot, I'll incorporate the dry where I said, where I say, here's the before and after. All right, remote. All right, we should be good to go. Now I'm going to adjust so I could show the before and after. Here is the before, here is the after. Yep, that's how I said it. Here is the before and after. So when I go to move my fingers, I'm just going to say it in my mind here, even though, because I recorded it as a voiceover, I'm just going to say it in my mind to get my hand movement down appropriately. That way when I put the two together, my voiceover with this shot, it can be a smooth transition, and it will sound better than if I were to actually say those words right now as I'm doing it. Because I only use one microphone. If I had like a second microphone, you know, like one pinned to me, it'd be a little bit different. I could say it, but then we run into that issue if I stumble on my words or whatever the case is. So here is the before and after. Let me try that one again. So I go from the center of this one, pointing to the center of this one, to slightly above the center of this one. Let me try it again. All right, take 3. We should be okay with that. Here's the before and after. Okay, so this part, this is where I drain it. Drain the water. So I can actually put these back in the jar. Just gonna set this on the kitchen table for now because everything is about to turn into a disaster here in the kitchen. I'm actually going to move you guys over here towards the sink area for this next part, because I am about to drain the water. There's the chickpeas. Be right back. I kind of accidentally spilled some on the counter right when I picked it up. It is what it is though. Move that out of the way. This can go over here. Don't fall. I need to bring my camera over here. Be right back as I make this adjustment. So bear with me, please. And thank you. So let me adjust the angle. Put this over here. I haven't even started cooking and my stomach is growling like crazy right now. All right, that should be okay with the camera angle. Just grabbing my remote. Let's get these next couple of shots. First one I need to do is essentially pour this into the colander. So drain the water and then I'm going to run it under some fresh water. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, that was the first shot. Next shot, water. Okay, that's that shot. Need another shot. I'm just going to give it a shake. shot. Now, I need to get set up over here. First, let me bring my camera back over. Right. Going to need countertop stove. This can go in the sink. I also have a recording line for this next part. Do I drain the water? No, I don't. I have it written as a voiceover. Ow. All right, this one should be, actually, I'll use this one for the chickpeas. So this is pot number 1 of like 27 pots that I'm about to be using. All right, so adjust this down. Transfer the chickpeas to the pot, add fresh water and sea salt. Sea salt. And water. Just let me get my camera angle how I want it to be for these next few shots where I add the chickpeas, the water, and the sea salt. Let me get that situated, and I'm going to move you guys back over here to where essentially you will be right in front of me. So just bear with me as my refrigerator likes to make like this really loud, annoying buzzing noise, and it doesn't stop unless, you know, I give it a nice little tap. I'll just put this up here. See how this is going to look. Like this. That should be okay. All right, where's my remote? Oh, it's over here by you guys. So let's go ahead, move you guys back. That camera leg might be in the way. We'll see how it goes. It is slightly in the way, but this is just temporary for these next 3 shots. 3 or 4 shots. All right, gonna go grab the chickpeas and we can get started. Make sure I didn't accidentally flip it too far. we're good. Water, transfer the chickpeas to a pot, add fresh water and sea salt. All right, next shot. That's the water. Now the sea salt. All right, that takes care of the sea salt. Now I'm going to move the camera out of the way, and I'm also going to adjust the camera angle for this next shot. Going to lower the camera so that way it can focus on the flame. Just a simple shot of me turning on the stove. Let me try that one again. Take 3. Let me get rid of the old ones. That way when it comes time for me to edit, I'm not going through multiple different pieces of footage. All right, so that's good for that shot. I need to adjust the camera angle again. This time, it's going to be for people to be able to see in the pot again. So let me adjust this up. I don't need it incredibly high like before, like the previous shots. Just slightly elevated to see inside this pot. All right, that should be okay. What I'm actually going to do is move this behind me to my actual stove. Oops. And I'm going to bring it to a boil over there because the butane from these countertop stoves is incredibly expensive. So once that comes to a boil, then I record my next shots of me turning down the heat. I put the lid on and all that good stuff. And then we can move forward with making the sauce. For the sauce, actually, let's grab the tomatoes. Got a whole lot of tomatoes. I'm actually going to turn off this camera for now because it does like to overheat. So I have a whole lot of tomatoes. It's about 3 pounds, like a little bit more than 3 pounds of tomatoes that I will be using for the sauce. It's going to be fairly simple. Tomatoes, onion, jalapenos, garlic, a splash of olive oil, and then what else am I missing? And then the seasonings, of course. And I think that's everything, yes, for the sauce. So we're going to be making that. And then we're going to be preparing the rice and the brown lentil mixture, which is the base for Koshary. And then we're going to be cooking the pasta, the elbow macaroni as well. And then we're going to be frying the onions to make the crispy fried onions. And then once that is complete, then we can assemble the, and then also once the chickpeas are done, so it is currently 3:45. It still needs about 5 minutes for it to reach a boil. So, and it takes approximately 2 hours for it to cook because I'm not using canned chickpeas. None of that canned nonsense here is allowed. So we're using dried chickpeas. So about like 5:45, they should be ready. So this is going to be a lengthy process, especially considering that I'm going live and going through the process as well too, and setting up my camera and all that fun stuff. But a quick fun story that happened with this elbow macaroni. So earlier today I placed an order because I needed more onions, like a delivery order for a few simple groceries I needed. One of which was onions because I did not have enough onions, and a few other like very simple ingredients. So last night when I was going through and because I soaked the chickpeas overnight, I was going to go through and have everything set up on my countertop, you know, like all the ingredients and the spices and seasonings that I was going to be using. But for whatever reason, I did not, I decided against it. I usually do it the morning of, but every once in a while, you know, for a more detailed recipe, I do it the night before. And for whatever reason, so I knew that I needed onions and I made a list of the few extra things I needed, but I did not check the pasta. In my pantry, I have this giant like metal shelf, and one of the shelves like on its own is nothing but pasta, like every possible type of pasta that you could think of. So I naturally assumed that I have a lot of elbow macaroni. So I placed my first grocery order this morning. I had it delivered, and then as I'm getting myself set up and putting everything on the countertop, I go to grab the pasta, and lo and behold, I had no elbow macaroni. I was like, are you kidding me? Like the one time I was going to check last night, and I didn't check, and then I ordered this morning, but I still didn't check. So I had to place a second grocery order just to get some elbow macaroni. So there's my fun story. If you liked it, thank you. If you did not like it, you know, it is what it is. It happened, and I don't know what else to tell you. Let's check on the chickpeas. We have like a couple different bubbles going on in the pot. So we're just waiting for the chickpeas to reach a boil, so that way we can get the next couple of shots that we need taken, and then we can move this out of the way and we can start working on, we can clear some of this countertop space, and we can start working on the sauce. Actually, what I am going to do while we are waiting, before I knock this over, just going to peel some of this garlic that I will be using. So this garlic is going to be for the sauce, which we will be working on once the chickpeas reach a boil and we record the shots that we need. For those of you who just recently joined in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and right now we are currently in the early stages of making koshary. Koshary is actually Egypt's national dish. It is a very hearty and comforting meal. It's layered rice with brown lentils, macaroni, tomato sauce, crispy fried onions, and chickpeas. So it is a carb overload meal, but it is so worth it and absolutely delicious. For those of you who are engaged in the keto diet, I am sorry, not sorry, but this is definitely, koshary is one of those dishes that is definitely worth making. And if you do not make it but have the opportunity of trying, it is one of those dishes that is worth trying. Almost done with peeling the garlic as we wait for the chickpeas to reach a boil. Last piece. All right. Let me get rid of all this garlic peel. I'll be right back. Here's the garlic that we will be using. I can put this away to the side. A little bit more bubbles are forming in the chickpeas. We still have a few more minutes, so let's continue with what we are doing here. Some jalapenos, 2. One of them is broken. Okay. Going to need cutting board. I'm gonna need like 20 different cutting boards for this. So I'm using the full jalapeno with the seeds, everything but the stem. Let me trim that a little bit better. We're making the sauce slightly spicy. You do not, when making koshary, you do not have to make the sauce spicy. However, a little spicy kick is preferred. So that takes care of the jalapenos. Just going to wash my hands, be right back. All right, let's see. Not there yet. Bring it to a boil to turn the heat down to medium. Put the lid partially on. Allow this to simmer for about 2 hours until the chickpeas become tender. All right, the jalapenos we can just set to the side for now. We will circle back to them any moment. All right. Just removing the tomato pit. And then these tomatoes will be diced. We still have to dice a whole lot of not mushrooms, onions as well. And we also have to mince the garlic. Got a few tomatoes left to remove the pit for. And then we should be good on bringing the chickpeas back over here to record the shots that we need. And then we can give 100% of our attention, to this sauce. Oops. All right, final tomato. All right, that's all the tomatoes. Let's move this to the side, just moving it a little bit closer to you guys. Let me turn this camera back on. Let me get this back in position. Grabbing the chickpeas. That was really hot. Bring it to a boil. And skim any foam off the top. Actually, let me do that again. Need to have it, I can't have it that too close because then my voice is gonna be like so incredibly loud. Let me make the adjustment. I did not add the foam part like originally, so I need to make a quick adjustment for that. I did say bring it to a boil, but I want it to have a better flow when I say it. Bring it to a boil. And skim any foam off the top. Okay. Let me turn on this heat. Now, let me circle back over here and adjust my camera once again. Just want people, because this is a taller pot, I just want people to be able to see like inside the pot. So I can't have the camera from that far away in order for, like if I want people to be able to see inside the pot. So that's why I currently have it on top of the counter for this shot. All right, flame is back on. Grabbing a bowl. And then a large metal spoon. I kind of turned the flame up too high. So it is actually like borderline about to like overflow. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me move this out of the way. This is, let me give you guys, okay, let me turn off the flame. Let me bring you guys up here and give you a better point point of view of what could potentially be the first disaster. All right, let's try it again. So that's all the foam that needs to come out, but see with the flame really high, see how it's just rapidly coming up higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Yeah, you don't want to overflow. All right, so let's turn the heat down just a little bit so we can get the shot that we need. And then we can go from there. Here, let me tilt you guys a little bit more. All right. All right. The foam is removed. It all came out in just one simple scoop. Still like a little bit on this side, just like a little tiny bit. All right, so this can go to the sink. Now for this next shot, I need to adjust you guys again. All right. Let's resume our positions over here. Let me move this out of the way. Let me adjust my camera as well. Right. Then turn the heat to me. Just adjusting the zoom for this next shot. There's the remote. Okay. Next shot, put the lid partially on, and then I need to adjust the camera angle up on me because I do have a line that I need to record. So just give me one moment as I make that adjustment with the camera angle. Here's the lid. So the lid is going partially on. Let's take that shot. Let me do it again. I'm not going to remove my hand this time. as I removed my hand, right when I removed my hand, the lid just went flush, you know, completely sealed. I don't want it to be completely sealed. I want it to be partially on. Let's try that again. It like wants to slip shut. And I want to let go of it. I don't know why. Like it's not cooperating. Let's try this again. Take 3. All right, that one's much better. So for this next part, I have to adjust the camera angle up on me so it shows me and this pot with the lid partially on and all that good stuff. And this part, I'm going to say, and allow this to simmer for about 2 hours or until the chickpeas become fork tender. So that's what I need to say. So first things first, I need to adjust the camera angle so it shows me as I'm saying all of this nonsense. All right, let's see how we look with this adjusted camera angle, and then we can go from there. All right, we should be okay. And allow this to simmer for about 2 hours or until the chickpeas become tender. All right. We got this. We're gonna get this in the first shot. And allow the chickpeas to simmer for about 2 hours or until the chickpeas, the lid partial, and allow this to simmer for about 2 hours or until the chickpeas become tender. All right, first take. And allow this to simmer for approximately 2 hours or until the chickpeas become tender. Did I say it all right? I don't think I did. I don't like my hand moving, like how I cross my fingers at the end like that. I don't, let's see at least if I said it right. And allow this to simmer for approximately 2 hours or until the chickpeas become tender. All right. And I wrote about, but I said approximately. Let's try it again. And allow this to simmer for about 2 hours or until the chickpeas become fork tender. No, don't say fork tender. Because later on I didn't say, I'm not going to say fork tender. I just need to say tender, not fork tender. Let's try it again. And allow this to simmer for about 2 And allow this to simmer for about 2 hours or until the chickpeas become fork tender. I don't know, like I went to, like my hand just like stumbled when I went to go form the 2, like the peace sign, and like I looked at it like, what are you doing? So like I don't know what I was thinking. Whatever, it is what it is. Let's see how it is. That third one should be okay though. And allow this to simmer for about 2. And allow this to simmer for about 2 hours or until the And allow this to simmer for about 2 hours or until the chickpeas become fork tender. All right, that third one's good. That first one was like a major flop. Like major, major, major flop. All right, do not stir the chickpeas during cooking. Make sure. And maintain the water level above the chickpeas. Do not stir this while it cooks and maintain the water level above the chickpeas. That's what I'm going to say next. Do not stir this while it cooks and maintain the water level above the chickpeas. Let's see how that one looks. We should be okay, I hope. Do not stir this while it cooks and maintain the water level above the chickpeas. All right, we should be good. All right. Now let's prepare the sauce. All right. So I'm actually going to turn off my camera for now. And then the reason why I'm turning off my camera for now is because I still need to get myself ready, like dicing the tomatoes and the other veggies and all that good stuff for the tomato sauce. I'm also going to move the chickpeas behind me to my actual stove, so that way we're not using all of this butane. Just setting that to the side for now. All right, so I need to dice all of these onions. So all of these onions is not going for the sauce. Some of it's going for the rice and brown lentils mixture. Some of it is going for the sauce, and some of it is going for the very end, where they're just going to be fried until crispy. I need my cutting board. I'm gonna need like 25 different cutting boards for this next part. So first things first. How can I do this? So actually, I'll slice everything like this. So put this to the side for now. And then I'm going to use like a bowl for like all the onions. So onions can go in this. All right, let's start with the onions. So for this step, I'm simply just going to be dicing all of these onions, so that way it is ready for the 3 different parts of this entire recipe where it requires onions. Like I said a few minutes ago, some of the onions are for the sauce. Some of the onions are for the rice and brown lentils mixture. And then the remaining onions, the third and final part where you need onions, is for garnish for the crispy fried onions. So in my most recent video that I posted yesterday to my page, what did I post? Egyptian style pot kebab, also known as kebab halla in Arabic. So for that recipe video, I used about 2 pounds of onions, so similar to what I am doing right now. Almost similar amount, give or take. And in that recipe video, I made the comment because of where people say, you know, slicing or dicing this many onions will make me cry. So I responded with the okay khalas, think happy thoughts then. So if you're wondering what trick I use, what kitchen hack I use to not cry while slicing and dicing this many onions, that is my advice to you. Think happy thoughts. If you have not watched that video, definitely go check it out on my page. I just posted it yesterday. It is on all of my social media platforms. Time is it right now? A little bit after 4. So I said earlier about 5:45-ish, the chickpeas should be ready, so we can circle back to the chickpeas at that point in time. Right now, this onion peel is being really tough. There we go. I got a little bit of it off. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed, the Egyptian cook, and right now we are working on making Egyptian kosheri. Kosheri is Egypt's national dish. It is a very hearty and comforting food. It is layered rice with brown lentils, pasta, tomato sauce, chickpeas, and crispy fried onions. So right now we are just going through and preparing all of the onions because 3 different parts of this recipe require onions, so I might as well prepare it all now. That way when it comes time to each of those parts, it is ready. Got 2 more onions to slice, or to peel, I should say, and then we can start dicing them. That one was a lot quicker than all the rest. Final onion to peel. All right, once all the onions are peeled, let me get rid of this mess. I'll be right back. Let's go ahead and dice all of these onions. Be right back again. All right, I am back. That's one onion down, 100 more to go. All right, this second onion definitely got me. Oh boy. I will be right back. I definitely was not thinking happy thoughts. So this onion got the best of me. So I did not listen to my own advice. Be right back again. That second onion really did get the best of me. Hopefully, onion number 3 does not fight back. 2 more onions to go. Down to the final onion. Then after this, we can move on to the tomatoes and garlic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is all of the onions. Let me clean up the pieces that fell on the counter. I'm going to go wash my hands and my utensils and be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Just finished dicing all of these onions. It was onion number 2 that got me to tear up. That one was a little bit harsh. Now let's work on the on the tomatoes. And also the garlic. All right, so tomatoes, we're simply just going to dice them. This is all for the sauce. For the tomatoes, I am simply just roughly dicing it because once everything has cooked down, I will be blending it all to smooth it out. 2 tomatoes left. And the final tomato. All right, that is all the tomatoes. We have a ginormous amount of tomatoes. I'm going to go wash my hands and the knife as well. And I will be right back. Just give me one moment, please. All right, tomatoes I'm actually going to transfer to a large bowl. So let's go ahead and get situated. Because all of the tomato juices are just going to seep down onto the cutting board, and then it's going to drip and it's going to make a mess. And as I'm scooping this off, I'm already making a mess. All right, move this to the side. Let me clean up my mess. All right. Now, final thing to prepare is the garlic. For the garlic, one thing that makes it easier to mince is just run a little bit of water along your knife, and it will help prevent the garlic from sticking to the blade. So we got some garlic on the blade, one simple swipe, and it's all off, no stickiness. Based on the amount of garlic that you are preparing, you will need to reapply more water. Which I am about to do right now. It's like roughly every 2 to 3 garlic cloves, you will need to apply more water to prevent that stickiness from occurring. Oops. I need to apply more water to my finger and to the blade. Going to go give it one final rinse. I'm going to run through this garlic, make it finer. All right, that does it for the garlic. All right, let me go wash my hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're about to start making the sauce. I just finished preparing all of the veggies. So we got a giant bowl of onions. Not all of these onions is going for the sauce. It will be used for other parts, other steps in the recipe, but some of these onions will be used. We also have sliced jalapenos with the seeds. We have some minced garlic. And last but not least, a giant bowl of diced tomatoes. All right, so let me go ahead and clear this area because I need to bring the countertop stove back over here. So all of these can go to the side for now. Onions I'm just going to set on the kitchen table. This was from the garlic. I can use this for the seasonings, so it'll be okay. This knife I don't need. All right. Countertop stove. I need to turn the camera back on. Let's see what the last shot, or what I said was. Do not stir this while it cooks and maintain the water level above the chickpeas. Okay, now let's prepare the sauce. All right. Next pot, we don't need the lid for now, so just setting that to the side. All right, this is a recording line. Let's turn off that fan because of the noise. It's actually the AC, not the fan, because it's starting to get really, really incredibly hot in here. So yeah. But I don't keep it on while I'm recording because the microphone does pick up all of that audio. Okay. Now on to the next part. Now let's prepare the sauce. See how it looks. It kind of felt a little bit wobbly at the end, but let's see how it looks. Nope. Let's try that again. Now let's prepare the sauce. Let's see how that one looks. That one felt a lot better. I didn't have that like pause shift as I was doing the hand. Ow. Now let's prepare the sauce. As I was doing the the hand gesture and the pan flip. So that one's better. Let's adjust the camera angle. So I'm just tilting the camera down and I'm zooming it in. Let's see how we look. This next shot, I'm just simply dropping it down. So as I'm saying, now let's prepare the sauce. I'm going to cut it midway based on like the positioning of the pot or the pan as it's going down. And I'm going to cut it into the next shot where it is more focused on this and it's simply coming down and landing on top of the countertop stove. So that's that shot. Turn on the flame. That's that shot. Blah. Up next is the olive oil. So actually, let me turn that back on. All right, so olive oil is in. I need to adjust the camera angle for these next parts. So give me one moment as I do so. Please and thank you. Should be okay. Going to need the spoon. So I need some onions first. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get some of these onions onto this cutting board. All right. the knife is, oh, the knife is right there. I thought it was over by the sink. So we're just going to give this a minute to heat up. I will be right back. I'm back, just washing my hands. All right, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so that was the onions. Up next is the jalapenos with the seeds, and then minced garlic. So let me get situated with the jalapenos. Okay, that was the jalapenos. Be right back again. Right now, I'm getting situated for the garlic. Okay, so that was the garlic. So I'm gonna clean up a few pieces that are still on the board, on the cutting board, I should say. All right, so all the veggies are in. Next shot, simply going to be mixing it. I'm also going to adjust the camera angle up a little bit higher. Need to make another slight adjustment. All right, so we're simply just letting this cook until it becomes fragrant. So it takes a few minutes for that to happen. And then we are going to let this cook for several minutes until it becomes fragrant. I just said that. And then we add the diced tomatoes, and we add all of the seasonings. So in a couple minutes here, we're going to add all of these diced tomatoes, which were prepared earlier in the live. So this is a little more than 3 pounds of tomatoes. They're roughly diced here. Once everything cooks down and once everything is cooked and seasoned and we allow it some time to cook down and thicken, then we're going to introduce an immersion blender to this operation. We're going to blend it down, and that will be our tomato sauce that we will use for this koshary. Yes, it is a little bit on the spicy side. It's not crazy spicy, but you know, it has a little spicy kick to it. And it should be delicious. So in a couple minutes, we are going to add the tomatoes and then season, mix it, and just give it time to reduce. So for the seasonings, we got, what's the order here? Where am I looking? Let this cook for several minutes till okay. Season with ground, so first it's going to be ground coriander, then paprika, crushed red pepper, sea salt, and black. So I got the coriander right here. We go ahead and get some ready. Oops. All right, let's give it another mix. All right, let's add the tomatoes. All right, now let's add the seasonings before I mix it, and then we'll mix it. So seasonings, then mix. All right, so that was ground coriander. Up next is paprika. Up next is crushed red pepper for even more added spice, like a nice extra spicy kick to it on top of the jalapenos that were previously added. And then up next is the sea salt and black pepper. That was the sea salt. Now onto the black pepper. I don't know why that just happened, but let's try it again. I accidentally hit record, then stop like within 1 second. That was the sea salt and black pepper. Now we can give it a mix. Let's see, mix it really well and let this cook for about 45 minutes over medium heat. I'm going to bring you guys up here for a moment for this next part, just to give you guys a better look at what's going on in the pot. So this is going to be for the tomato sauce. So we got onions, jalapenos, minced garlic, a whole lot of tomatoes, and then the 5 seasonings we just added are ground coriander, paprika, crushed red pepper, sea salt, and black pepper. So you want this mixed really well. There you can see some of the jalapenos. I used 2 jalapenos, about 1 yellow onion, and 3 pounds of tomatoes. And then the seasonings, I did not measure. I do not measure my seasonings. I just go with what seems right and go from there. So we're going to let this cook for about 45-ish minutes, and then we are going to blend it. I'm going to pull you guys slightly back just for a moment because I need to adjust my other camera up. Actually, I'm going to keep the camera where it is. I'm just going to adjust the zoom on this. I think the camera angle's fine. also going to need the lid. I'm also going to do another shot. Because I did star this, because originally I did not highlight it. But usually when I say and let this cook for, X amount of minutes, I usually adjust the camera up onto me. So I'm going to record that shot as well too, where I'm actually saying it as I'm mixing it, just to be on the safe side. So I have that shot. So I'm going to adjust the camera. My other camera as I get this ready. So just one moment as I get situated. I need the spoon. Mix it really well. Let me try it again. I'm going to say it all at once. Mix it really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes. I'm going to do it one more time. Mix this really well and let it cook for about 45 minutes over medium heat. Mix it really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes over medium heat with the lid on. I don't know why, I jolted when I did that, like my hand did. I don't know. Let's try it again. Let me get rid of all this other shots so that way I don't have to go through it as I'm editing. All right, let's try this again. Mix it really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes over medium heat and put the lid on. No, and put the lid on with the lid partially on. With the lid on. Mix this really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes with the lid partially on. Mix this really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes with the lid partially on over medium heat. I flipped the last two prepositions. I don't know why I did that. Mix this really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes over medium heat with the lid partially on. Okay, I should be able to get this. Mix this really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes with the lid. I'm flipping the prepositions again. I'm supposed to say over medium heat before I say with the lid on. So when I practice it, I'm okay, but when it comes time to record, not so much. Let's try this again. Mix this really well and let this cook for at least 45 minutes over medium heat with the lid partially on. All right, that one will be good. All right, so that's good. Now we're on to the next page. So I have to go back to this where I introduce the immersion blender. So there you have it, folks. This is going to be for the tomato sauce. I'm going to move this to the stove behind me. Just give me one moment as I clear some of the stuff around and move some things around. And we're also going to, here, let me turn this off. Be right back, ladies and gentlemen, please and thank you. All right, let's check on the chickpeas. All right, hopefully you guys can see in here. Here's the chickpeas. I need a, so it's 5:30 right now, so it's been, oops, what the hell? It's been an hour and 45 minutes. Nope. Still needs time. Chickpeas, or the lid can go back on, partially on. Let me turn off this flame, and it's going to go back to the stove behind me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me adjust you back up. And let me adjust you back up as well. All right, let me set this to the side for now. Put you guys back over to your original positions. So at about 6:15, the tomato sauce we will check on. We will check on the tomato sauce at 6:15. And we will also check back with the chickpeas at that point in time as well. I do need to record a line for the chickpeas, and I need to record a line for the tomato sauce. Once it's ready. Now let's prepare the Koshary base. All right. We're going to need the countertop stove again. We are going to need another pan. It's pan number 3 of 5 so far. I anticipate for 5, so far we're at number 3. We're going to need some onions. So let me get that situated. Push this over here. We have our giant bowl of onions from earlier. right. So that's about 1 onion's worth of diced onions. All right, I'm just going to set this to the side along with the knife. I'm going to need the olive oil, the onions I have over there, and the rice, the brown lentils, some water. I need to grab some water. And then also the ground cumin, which I have on the counter already from earlier. Go ahead. Let's go ahead. Olive oil. Oops. Now let's prepare the Koshary base. Okay. Let me adjust the camera. So that way now it is more focused on the pan. Let me turn off the heat as I'm just adjusting the angle, the camera angle, and zoom. And then we can move forward. That should be okay. Now let's prepare the Koshary base. Now let's prepare the Koshary base. Okay. So do I say start by frying in olive oil or medium heat? Okay. So we're just going to give it a minute to heat up. And then we're going to add in the onions. And it sounds like I need to swap out the butane. Yep. One moment, I'll be right back. Oops. All right, we are back in business. Now let's give it a minute for it to heat up. And then we can add in these diced onions. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and right now we are at the halfway point of making Egyptian Koshary. Koshary is Egypt's national dish. It is essentially layered rice with brown lentils, pasta, tomato sauce, and crispy fried onions, and I am also adding chickpeas to it. So right now we are about to start preparing the base, which is the rice and the brown lentils. Previously, at the beginning of this live, we prepared the chickpeas, which are still on the stove right now, and the tomato sauce, which is also on the stove right now. So let's go ahead and get started with the koshary base, which is a mixture of rice and brown lentils and diced onions. Going to need the sea salt and black pepper as well. All right, up next, we got some rice. Oops. So let me get the salt and pepper out of the way for now. And then we also got some brown lentils as well. We got some ground cumin. What I am actually going to move you folks back up here. Just for a little bit. So we're frying the onions right now. We're currently working on the base for the koshary. All right. Now we're going to come in with the rice. We're going to mix it. Actually going to add just a little bit more rice. Give it a nice shake to help level it out and push down any pieces that are still high up along the side of the pan. All right. Now we can come in with the water. Water is added. Now we come in with the brown lentils. Then we also come in with the ground cumin, level it. Okay, I did that. Add the dried brown lentils, season it with ground cumin, give it a nice gentle mix. Here's the ground cumin. All right, now the mix. push down any of the, if there are any pieces of rice or onion or anything along the side, make sure to push it down. All right, so this is done. I can go in the dishwasher later. All right, gently mix it. I did. All right, now we have to give this some time to let it reach a boil. So actually, here's the lid. So we can speed up that process. Right now I'm just checking on the tomatoes, which is on the stove behind me, and also the chickpeas, also on the stove behind me. It's 5:51, so we still have a little bit of time. All right, I need to go behind and adjust the camera angle. Just one moment, please, as I make this change. All right. Let's see how we look. This should be okay. Okay. I need to put the lid on. Okay, I need to adjust the camera angle up onto me because I do have a recording line. Just one moment as I make the necessary adjustments. Okay, also going to bring you guys back up as well. And move you back over here. I need to adjust the camera angle. It's way too low. Let's try this again. And let this simmer for about 40 minutes. And let this simmer. And let this simmer for about 40 minutes. And let this simmer for about 40 minutes. Let me check that second one, make sure we're good, and then we can move this over to the stove behind me. And let this simmer for about 40 minutes. All right, we're good to go on that one. All right, let me play musical chairs or musical pots on my stove. One moment, please. All right. All right, the chickpeas can go back here. Turn that burner on. Sauce can go over here. All right. Turn this burner off. Move the Koshary to over here. All right, at about 6:15 for everything, it's looking like we're going to check on the chickpeas, on the tomato sauce, and on the Koshary. That gives about like 25-ish minutes. I mean, it's been about 5 minutes with me adjusting the camera and everything. So 25 minutes from now is 6:15. So that will put us at 30 minutes actually for the Koshary. We can check on that. We can give it a nice gentle mix if need be. And then we can go from there. And then we can also check on the on the chickpeas and the tomato sauce. Turn the heat to low, put the okay at the 30-ish minute mark, give it a nice gentle mix for the pasta. Now the pasta. All right. So I'm not going to cook all of this pasta because you don't need that much. Now I need to adjust the camera angle. Bring it a little bit closer to me. So for the purpose of this video, so when preparing the macarona or the pasta, pasta in Arabic is macarona. It's like macaroni, but instead of an I at the end, put an A and just pronounce it that way. And that's how you say macaroni or pasta in Arabic. So for the macarona, when it comes to Koshary, you simply just cook it according to like the direction of the box. So, like, you don't have to do anything special to it. So for the purpose of this video, I'm not actually going to show that because it's simply just, you know, adding it to what's it called? Pot of water with a little bit of salt. Add the pasta and you cook it. So for the sake of the video, I'm not going to show all of that, but I am going to say it. So I say for the pasta, cook elbow macaroni according to the directions at the type you use. So let me adjust this camera up. For the macaroni, cook it according to prepare. So originally I wrote for the pasta, cook elbow macaroni according to the directions on the side of, according to the directions of the type you use. I don't like how I wrote that, so I'm going to change it to cook it according. So I'm going to say To prepare the elbow macaroni, cook it according to the directions. To prepare it, so I'm going to change the beginning instead of saying for the pasta. So I originally wrote for the pasta as my intro for the pasta. No pun intended, with that double negative. So instead of saying for the pasta like I originally wrote, I'm going to say to prepare the elbow macaroni. Let's try that again. To prepare the elbow macaroni. Did that look okay? Let's see how it looks. To prepare the elbow macaroni. Let's try it again. Now let's prepare the elbow macaroni. Let's make sure the macaroni was in focus for that shot, and then we can move forward. Now let's prepare the elbow macaroni. All right, we're good. Now let's prepare the elbow macaroni. So I'm going to change what I wrote. Originally I wrote, cook it according to the directions on the side of the box. Cook it according to the directions on the side. Simply cook it according to the directions on the side of the box. Simply cook it according to the directions on the side of the box. All right, I think we're good to go with the rewrite. Simply cook it according to the directions on the side of the box. Let's see how we look, and then we can move forward. Simply cook it according to the directions on the side of the box. All right, we're good to go. All right, I'm going to turn off this camera since I'm not going to be recording this part of me cooking the pasta. All right, where's the pot? Where's the pot? Here's the pot. We're on to pot number 4, ladies and gentlemen. First one was for the chickpeas, second one for the sauce, third one for the Koshary base, fourth one right here as we speak for the macarona, for the pasta. Macarona is Arabic for pasta. Got some water. Let's turn on the heat. All right. Oops. I'm actually going to move you guys back up as well. Or should I keep you down there? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's just cooking pasta, so there's really no need for the focus to be, to be on what's in the pot. What else? Let's see. So even though my stove has 5 burners on it, there's really no way that I would even be able to fit this one on there with the current situation. Currently I have 3. Here, let me see if I can give you guys a better look at what's going on. I don't need this anymore. I don't think I need it. Grab it. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on a little trip. All right. So over here we got the Koshary base. It's a mixture of diced onions, rice, brown lentils, and ground cumin. Oh, and also sea salt and black pepper. Over here we're working on the tomato sauce. It's a mixture of diced onions, diced tomatoes, jalapenos, minced garlic, ground coriander, paprika, sea salt, black pepper, and crushed red pepper. So 5 seasonings and 3 veggies? Yeah, onions, tomatoes. No, 4 veggies: onions, tomatoes, jalapenos, and garlic. So 4 veggies, 5 seasonings. And back here in this tall pot is dried chickpeas that I soaked overnight last night. And it's been cooking on the stove now for about 2 hours. I think I started at 3:45, I think, if I remember correctly. So it's simply just chickpeas in here. They were dry chickpeas with water and salt. So I'm actually going to check on them right now, just to get a head start on the checking. See how it is. We're almost there with the chickpeas. I'm also going to add a little bit more water to this. So you don't want the water level, it's getting close. To the chickpeas. I should have heated up the water first before just adding it to it. That was dumb. Note to self, do that next time. But chickpeas are almost ready. The tomato sauce has thickened a little bit. Let me give it a nice mix while we're here. We still have to blend this sauce. So I'm going to keep the lid off for now to allow, so originally I had the lid partially on, but now I'm going to keep it off for a little bit to allow it to get rid of more of that moisture. Here, let me tilt it down so you guys can see. And let me tilt you down as well so you guys can see. So I'm going to keep the lid off to eliminate more of this moisture that is going on in there. I do want the sauce to be a little bit thicker. However, if you prefer a sauce that is not as thick, then you can keep the lid back on. And also another tip, if you desire like a richer tomato sauce flavor, then you can cook it for much longer than 45 minutes. You can go as low as 30 minutes when it comes to preparing tomato sauce, but if you really want like that deep, richer flavor, you can go for much longer than 45 minutes. Let's come back over here. Let's take a look at what's going on in this nonsense. So this is just for the pasta. We got some bubble action going on in here. I also need to clean up the kitchen because it is a hot mess. Um, I've used like I've used 4 cutting boards so far, 4 different cutting boards. I don't even know how many bowls I've used, how many utensils and whatnot, and all this. It's just a hot mess right now in the kitchen. All right, it is 6:11. I also have those shots for the Koshary that I need to take, so I do need to bring the uh, the Koshary pan back over here because at 6:15, that's where I check everything, and I also need to take those shots for the Koshary. All right, so the water is boiling. Let's go ahead. Let's get that going. All right. So while that is going, I'm just going to temporarily turn off the heat because I need to play musical pots right now. So this one can come over here. This one can go over here. All right. All right. Hopefully you guys can see all of this. All right, for this next shot, so I already said put the lid on and let it simmer for about 40 minutes. At the 30-ish minute mark, give it a nice gentle mix. So let's take a sneak peek. Let's feel it. So I'm really just feeling the rice to see, because sometimes like if you undershoot the water, if you don't put enough water, you always need more water. You can gauge how it is, like based on how it feels. So let me go ahead and get my camera situated for this next shot. So just one moment, I'm currently behind you. I'm raising the camera up higher and tilting it down, and adjusting the zoom. Move this cup out of the way, measuring cup. We don't need that. Oh, need to adjust it a little bit more. Be right back. All right, let's see how we look. This should be okay. Put this on low. All right, we should be good. Let's do this. All right, I need to temporarily put this to the side in reference to the lid. Okay. So when mixing the Koshary base, you don't want to violently mix it because you don't want to mash the rice or the lentils. So you want to be as gentle as possible. Give it a nice gentle mix. Okay. Level it out better. So So this is the base right here to koshary. It's rice mixed with brown lentils. Well, from the beginning, it's fried diced onions and olive oil. Then I mixed in the rice. You mix it really well. Then you add the water. Then the brown lentils were added. Then seasoned with ground cumin. And then we just let it cook on a low simmer. So where did I put the lid? Let me check my lines first, make sure I don't have to record anything else. Give it a nice gentle mix. All right, I have to put the lid back on for that shot. And then I can move forward. All right. So that one's done. Let me tilt you guys back up for now. I'm going to play musical pots again so the koshary is going to go back over here. And the pasta is going to go back over here. At low, because I do not want it to burn. So about 5-10 minutes, and we're going to turn off the heat on the koshary base. Let's go ahead, give the tomato sauce a mix. Right, let me check my lines. So I know I have to go back to the tomatoes to record the part where I blend it. Pasta's done. Now blend the chickpeas, or not. Then after that, I have to go back to the chickpeas. All right. So I'm done with all my shots for the koshary, which is good. I don't have to worry about that. Then introduce an immersion blender. So this is a shot that I have to go back to for the tomato sauce, is introducing the immersion blender. So right now we're just waiting for that to happen. For the tomato, let me rephrase. Now we're just waiting for the tomato sauce essentially to be ready, and then we can introduce the immersion blender to it. Blend it all up to finish off the sauce. The chickpeas are almost done. When I checked it about 10 minutes ago, it was almost ready. Looks like one of these annoying puzzle things on TikTok. Wants to make sure I'm actually me and not like a robot or whatever. There we go. 2 tries for me to get it done. All right. Pasta is about halfway done. So actually, let me move you guys over here. And let's clean up the kitchen a little bit. So I still need this pot for later, actually. So I'm just going to set it over here, play musical pots again. Can everybody see me okay like this and like this? All right, we should be okay. So everything's going to go in the dishwasher with the exception of the cutting boards. I can go in the dishwasher. I need to rewash that because I kind of got it dirty by accident. Even though I still need it for the pasta. Whatever, it happens. dishes. I need this spoon as well. Oops. All right, let's wash some stuff. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed, the Egyptian cook. Right now, we are just kind of at the tail end. Yeah, not kind of. We are at the tail end of making Egyptian koshary. Right now, I am just cleaning up the kitchen and clearing up some space. The tomato sauce is at the tail end of being prepared. The chickpeas are almost done as well too. I'm about to be turning off the stove on the koshary base, which is the rice and brown lentils mixture. And then all that is really left for us to still prepare is the fried onions, which should be fairly simple. So first, let's get all these dishes out of the way. That can go over there, because we need it for the pasta. Let's check on the pasta really quick. Let's see how we're looking. And pasta is good to go. Let me adjust my grip. Just like this. All right, pasta's ready. Where did I put the lid for this? There we go. Pasta's all set out. I'm also going to turn off the stove on the Koshary base, which is the rice and brown lentils. I'm actually going to give you guys a look at that. So I'm going to bring you back over here, actually. Let me move some of the stuff out of the way, like this lid. All right, let me reposition you. Down here. And just give me one moment. I'm going to bring the Koshary base back over. So this is the Koshary base. It is diced onions, fried onions with rice, brown lentils, and cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. So 3 ingredients, 3 spices. It's very simple, and this is the base to Koshary. So this is all set. I'm going to put it back behind me. Up next, let's check on the chickpeas. So I'm going to bring it over to you guys over here. So just one moment as I get situated. All right. It's hot. Chickpeas should be okay. Let me put it back over here behind me. Let me introduce the sauce. How we're looking with the sauce. Give it a mix. So in this sauce, it's diced onions, tomatoes, jalapenos, and then minced garlic. And then I added, for the seasonings, ground coriander, paprika, crushed red pepper, sea salt, and black pepper. So all it's left for us to do for this sauce is to introduce an immersion blender to it to make it nice and smooth. So this was all made from scratch. We're not using any canned nonsense for today's recipe. Even the chickpeas. I used dried chickpeas. I soaked them overnight, starting last night. And then they've been cooking for a little over 2 hours now on the stove. So we are not using any canned nonsense at all whatsoever. All right, let me put this back on the stove as well. All right, let me tilt you guys back up. All right, I'm going to need a bowl for the chickpeas. So this one's going to be too small. So this is going to be the one that I use. Let me bring you guys back over here. We're going on multiple trips today, guys. Usually I keep you in the same place. You know, I just move you once. Today I've been moving you all over the place to give you guys the best angles I could possibly give you of everything that is happening. So we're all set with this colander. So let's get this out of the way. And let's clean the bowl that I need for the chickpeas, which is this one right here. Because actually we're not done with I could, based on how I wrote it, I don't remember off the top of my head how I wrote it. If I say drain, because I do say now back to the chickpeas, And I think I do say drain the water. If I say drain the water, that means I'm going to need the colander again for a third time. So we're about to find out whether or not I need the colander. I do definitely need this bowl though. That is 100% for sure. Oh, and I need to also I need to also dice or chop, I should say, some parsley. I also need to do that. And then I also need to fry the onions as well. All right, let's see the notes of how I wrote this in. Now back to the chickpeas. Once the chickpeas become tender, transfer it to a bowl. Okay, so I can get away with not showing the calendar. So I can just scoop it out when I say now transfer it to a bowl. I'm just going to do that instead. Here's the bowl that I'm going to use right here for it. 1 second, I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Just turning the AC back on because it is getting incredibly hot in here. It is currently 81 degrees in here from all this cooking and running 3 to 4 burners for quite some time now. All right, so let's see. Now back to the chickpeas. Once the chickpeas become tender, transfer it to a bowl. The reason why I'm transferring it to a bowl is for one, not only to get remove it from the water that it's been cooking in, but for two, I'm going to be adding a splash of vinegar, white vinegar, and then salt, sea salt, and black pepper. I don't know, is it just me, but in my recent video, a lot of you were commenting the way I said sea salt, and a lot of you were making a comparison to that show Invincible because of the character, what's his name, Cecil? So like, I don't know why a lot of you have been doing that, but it just came to my mind right now. It was primarily on TikTok where that was happening. Anyways, enough with that side tangent. So that's it for the chickpeas. So I just add the vinegar, salt, sea salt, and black pepper, and just let it sit. That gives it some nice flavor for the chickpeas. And then I'm going to blend the tomato sauce. I'm going to keep it in the pan though. Tomato sauce is right here, right beside you guys, as we speak. That bubbling noise that you hear in the background, that's the tomato sauce. Going to blend it. I already recorded my line for that. Let me make sure. Yep, I recorded a voiceover audio where I said, then introduce an immersion blender to the vegetables and blend away to make this delicious sauce. Prior to that, that's where I said mix it really well, and I re-recorded that shot. I did it twice. Okay. I'm just trying to make mental notes of everything that I am doing in terms of for this recipe video. Let's see. So and all that's really left after these few simple steps with the sauce and the chickpeas is preparing the crispy fried onions. And over here, hanging out on my kitchen table, is a giant bowl of diced onions that I prepared earlier in this live, towards the beginning of this live, right before I prepared the sauce actually. I diced up 5 tomatoes, and I just used them as I was going along. Some of it went for the sauce, some of it went for the rice, and the rest of it, what's left over here, is going to be for the crispy fried onions. And that is why we have a 5th pot or pan that we're going to use. So far for making this koshary, as we speak right now, I have used 4 pots and pans. 1 for the chickpeas, 1 for the sauce, 1 for the the Koshary base, which is the rice and brown lentil mixture. And then the fourth one for the macarona, aka pasta or macaroni in Arabic. So when we move on to the crispy fried onions, that will be pot or pan number 5. Once the onions are all set, that's where I say, well, I'm jumping the gun here. Once the onions are all set, then I will take the shots of me assembling the Koshary dish with everything that I just prepared. Then after that, I take my final shots. I'm going to record my intro and outro lines holding the Koshary. And then my favorite part where I say Yalla Bismillah, and then I eat. Oh, and for this recipe video, I'm saving one of the other best parts for the very end, where it is my comment of like my witty okay khalas comeback that I usually do to people who like to complain in the comment section. So this one I actually saved until the very end of the recipe video. Usually I put it in the middle. Sometimes, I give people 2 in the same recipe video, but for this one, based on the flow of everything that was being done, I saved it for the end. And once you hear it, you will understand why I saved it for the end. I could have also done it like earlier when I was using the jalapenos, people saying, oh, it's too spicy or whatever. I recently did that, and I don't like to repeat. I don't want to get in the habit of repeating. Like my comebacks and things like that, I want to keep it as original as possible with what I say and do here. So the okay khalas will be the final thing that I record, and then I finally get to eat. So I went live actually at 3 o'clock, and it is currently 6:37. So this is not going too bad. When I was going through, like I was anticipating this is going to take me at least 5-6 hours to get it done. But so far, this is not too bad. I think the longest part was when I was dicing the onions and tomatoes and jalapenos and preparing all the veggies. I think that was the longest part. And speaking of which, I do need to chop some parsley. So I could actually just do that over here so I don't have to move you guys. So just give me one moment so I can grab some parsley out of the refrigerator. Let's see. So let's go ahead and chop some parsley. So this is going to be used as garnish, for garnish at the very end. Parsley is good to go. Low battery. All right, TikTok. Sorry about that. I don't know if my screen froze out when that happened or not. I'm going to go ahead and move you guys back to your position over here. I'm going to plug you in so that way we can charge up. All right, TikTok and YouTube, everybody joining in and watching. This can go in the dishwasher. Going to move this to the side. Same as this lid. I'm going to clean up my spots and then we can go ahead and move forward with these next steps. Once I get myself cleaned up and everything, then I'll make sure that everybody can see me okay. And then we will go from there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and move forward with the tomato sauce. We turn this camera back on. No longer need this measuring cup, so it can go in the dishwasher. I need to zoom in, tilt down. I need to plug this in. Oh, I need to turn this on too. Just one moment, ladies and gentlemen, please and thank you. So let me get this camera good to go. All right, that should be okay. Let me plug in the blender, and then I will go ahead and move you up. There we go. Let's go ahead and get this next shot. I need to put this the brick up higher so that way I'm not tugging on the cord like that. Let's see if I can get it around like this, maybe. This is better. That way the cord's not getting tangled on anything. Be right back. All right. So this is all set. I can unplug it. All right. Be right back, ladies and gentlemen. So there is sauce that splashed up everywhere. It is what it is, though. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a homemade tomato sauce, and I am super excited for this. Where's the spoon? Go. Homemade tomato sauce. I was recording that entire time. Oops. All right. Let me get the shot that I need. All right, let me tilt you back up. I'm going to give this sauce a taste, because I may need to adjust the salt, maybe. Yalla bismillah. It has a nice little spicy kick to it, because I did add 2 jalapenos and crushed red pepper to it. I'm super excited for this, actually. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sauce is all set. Where's the lid? Here's the sauce, homemade. Lid's going on. Sauce is all set. Super excited. Now, back to the chickpeas. Let me turn off the burner on the stove behind me. All right. Yeah, see, some sauce splashed up all over my notes and all over the counter. It is what it is. Now back to the chickpeas. All right, so I need to adjust the camera behind me. I'm going to put you guys back down here as well. So I also need to charge the phone for TikTok that is connected to. All right. I need to adjust my other camera, and then I'm going to adjust the live stream camera angle as well. So just give me a moment, please, as I try to get everything situated. I need that spoon thing. All right, this next part I say, now back to the chickpeas. Simple enough. I also need that bowl. I need the bowl, and then I need the sea salt and black pepper. All right, we'll put these two over here. All right, let's do this. Let's try it again. I forgot to turn the burner back on. Whatever. It is what it is. All right. Now back to the chickpeas. All right, that lid, just go off to the side. I need to adjust the camera angle. All right, focus is good. Let's do this. It's really hot still. Let's give it a second here. Let me try it again. It did not go in focus. Let me try it again. That one should be a winner. All right. Now I got those shots. Nope. All right. Time to adjust the camera. Just turned off the burner on that as well. Going to adjust the camera up. Just one moment, please. as I get it situated. And thank you. All right, this should be okay. Let me move this out of the way. Let me bring this over here. Put that. Countertop stove can go over here for now. All right, let's do this. I think that's all the chickpeas that were in the pot. All right. Now we add a splash of vinegar and salt and pepper. Just a little bit more. All right, it's all set. Chickpeas are all set. This can get out of the way. Just setting it back on the stove. This can move to the side as well. Bringing back my other stove. right, where's that other pan? Actually, before I can do that, I need to all right, where's that giant bowl of onions? I need to adjust that camera as well. Okay, that can go back to the side for now. I need to adjust to that camera so it's up on me. All right, so this is the part where I say, finally, this is my favorite part of Koshary, the fried onions. I'm gonna point at these, hopefully, even though they're not fried onions, but you know, people should understand that that's what I'm about to do. Let's do this. Finally, I went to say the and my at the same time, and I just stumbled, and yeah. Finally, my favorite part of making not of making koshary, of eating koshary. My favorite part of koshary. I don't even have to say eating. That should be implied. Finally, my favorite part of koshary, the fried onions. All right, that one should be okay. Let's review it. Finally, my favorite part of koshary, the fried onions. I was so like, let me try that again. So I was like half of my shoulder was like cut off. I don't know why I didn't even bother to look at that. Whatever. It is what it is. It could be worse. All right, take who knows how many. There we go. Now I'm in the center. Finally, my favorite part of koshary, the fried onions. Let's review. Finally, my favorite part of koshary, the fried onions. All right, we're good to go. Sorry to record the voiceover where I say toss diced onions, blah, blah, blah. To crisp them up. All right, so this should be fairly simple. Tilt the camera down. I mean, there's no such thing as something fairly simple when it comes to me cooking in general, because everything ends up being a disaster, especially in the kitchen. All right, onions are positioned. You just want a light coating with the flour. That's all I'm doing right now. No need to season, or, I mean, you can add seasonings if you really want to, but it's not necessary if you don't want to. That should be good. I'm going to go wash my hands. Be right back. That can go to the side. Countertop stove is back. Don't need the flour anymore. That can go before I accidentally knock it over. All right, I need pan number 25. Here we go. Where's the oil? All right. I need to adjust the camera angle. Just one more adjustment, and then we can go ahead. All right, that should be okay. I need a bowl for that. I have to wash this bowl really quick. I will be right back. Another minute or so, just waiting for the oil to heat up. Here's the bowl that I will be using for the onions. Once they're cooked, I'm not going to cook all of these right now. I'm just going to cook what I need for now, and we can move forward with the final stretch of this video, which is assembling the kosheri, and then recording my intro and outro, saying Yallah Bismillah, recording my witty comeback for the okay khalas, and then eating. And then we are all set. All right, we should be good to go. With the onions, let's go ahead, start frying. Wash my hands. Just a few minutes and we should be good to go. 1 second. I need to grab my phone charger for my other phone. Be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I just need to get plugged in, and we should be able to move forward with this. Actually, be right back again. Alright, I'm back again. So I don't have room in the outlet, so I just grabbed my travel battery and I'm going to use that to charge. Alright, hopefully it is okay. Let's give this a mix. You know what? Change of plan. So these are going to be transferred into the smaller bowl. Be right back again. Just going to wash my hands in this bowl. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I'm going to put away the seasonings. All right, we're starting to get some color on the onions. All right, time for me to remove. Just improvising here to make this faster and easier. Let me turn that off. add just a little bit more oil. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. For those of you who just joined in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad, the Egyptian cook. Right now, we are at the tail end of preparing Egyptian koshary. We're at the final step before assembling the dish. And the final step is preparing the crispy fried onions. Once these onions are completed, then we will assemble the dish. Koshary is Egypt's national dish. It is made up of a layer of rice and brown lentils with pasta on top, then tomato sauce, and then you garnish it with the, you can add chickpeas as well, which I also have prepared. Then you garnish it with the crispy fried onions and some fresh parsley, and life is good. So we are at the tail end. I am super excited for this. This right here is my favorite part of koshary. It is the crispy fried onions. So this is the small first batch, working on the second batch right here, and then we can move forward with assembling the dish. Behind me on the stove, my actual stove, is in one pot we have the base, which is the rice and brown lentil mixture. In another pot we have a homemade tomato sauce, which I made using onions, tomatoes, jalapenos, garlic, and a whole bunch of seasonings. In the other pot, well, it's empty now. It did have these chickpeas, which I prepared. These were dry chickpeas. None of that canned nonsense allowed in my house. So these were dry chickpeas. I soaked them overnight, and I cooked them for a little over 2 hours. Then once they became tender, I added white vinegar, sea salt, and black pepper. So that is ready. And then what am I missing? The parsley's chopped, working on the onions right now. And that is, oh, and then the pasta, it's very simple. It's just it's right over here actually. The pasta is very simple. It's just elbow macaroni that I prepared earlier. Let me break it up just a little bit. There we go. Just elbow macaroni. You don't do anything to it. You don't add sauce to it or any of that type of stuff. You simply just cook it according to the directions of the box, on the side of the box of whatever brand that you use. So just elbow macaroni. Just breaking it up here. Alright, we should be good on that. So we are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with me. Between tonight and tomorrow morning, based on how things go tonight for me here at home, I will be editing the final cut to this recipe video, and it should post to my page no later than either Monday or Tuesday. Probably Tuesday, we'll see. I am super excited for this. Like, insanely excited for this. Koshary is one of my all-time favorite Egyptian foods. My number one favorite Egyptian food, though, is molokhia. But Koshary is high up there in the ranks for me. My favorite part of Koshary is the crispy fried onions. You use it as garnish on top. I love adding a whole lot of extra. Like, just when you think that there's enough, you added enough. I like to add more. It's my absolute favorite part of Koshary. Koshary is essentially like, if you're looking to carb load, make Koshary. It's rice, brown lentils, pasta, tomato sauce, and in this case chickpeas as well. Some add chickpeas, some don't. So it's a whole lot of carbs and some protein. All right, the second batch of onions is starting to slightly color. It's starting to slightly crisp up. So we are almost there. Be right back. I'm going to grab my cup of water. I didn't put any water in there. No. Be right back again. Oh, it's right here in the door. I knew that.